Hey everybody, thanks again for joining. Uh, as Hannah said, most of you have already joined. There might be two more participants who will be joining soon, which is very fine. Let me share my screen. I'll start with my introduction and then we'll get started. I just share my screen. Okay, so welcome to another batch of uh, CBAP. We have done a couple of these batches over the last 3 years with IBS. I don't know if you have got to know about this patch from your peers, uh, but the idea here is we are not only looking at certification per se, but we want to give you some practical exposure as well. So this entire session will be very, very interactive in nature. So that's why it's important that all of you join through your desktop or laptop because there will be exercise given in every session. And the expectation is that you complete the exercise as well as you upload it on the Google Drive. Okay, so if you're not able to upload on the Google Drive because of access issues, don't worry. You can always email to Lakshmi. Lakshmi, can you type in your email ID over chat, please?
Yes, Mohit.
Yeah. So Lakshmi will give her email ID. So let's say if you have access issues to Google Drive, because some of the organizations they do not allow file sharing, especially for the things like Google and other file sharing apps, which is absolutely understandable. You can always email your submissions to Lakshmi. Vidya, you want to say something? You have just unmuted your mic.
No, Mohit, I'm fine.
Okay. So so basically we are doing this workshops for more than a decade now. We started giving this workshop around 2010, and the workshop has evolved a lot. If you recall, in 2010, the term like product owner was not that popular. It became very popular recently. That time we used to call it business analyst, right? Um, Before calling it business analyst, some organization used to call it system analyst. A lot of titles have been given to this role, and the expectation from this role has evolved a lot. So today, we will give you an overview what we will cover as part of this curriculum. That's one. And if you look at this curriculum, it is one of the most toughest curriculum as compared to other certifications that we have in the industry. There are a lot of process-related certifications. You must have heard about them, like CBAP is this course, but then we have PMP, Project Management Professional. We have DSDM, which is Dynamic System Development Method. Again, it gives an overview of SDLC and how you should manage your projects and programs. Very, very smart certification, I would say. Uh, Very recommended as well. Then we have Scaled Agile. It is becoming again very popular because the programs are becoming complex. Now, to solve a problem, a single team cannot solve the problem. Multiple teams are required to solve the problem. So, Scaled Agile is also becoming popular. So, this way, there are multiple certifications that we have in the market. And you have simple Agile certification like PMI ICP, which I have not included here, but I have done that as well, which is very, very renowned certification on Agile. But all the certifications that we have, this is actually considered to be the toughest certification. The reason it is tough certification, you'll get to know. It's not because the syllabus is tough. The problem here is the book which is given by the body, the name of the body which has come up with this certification is IIBA, International Institute of Business Analysis. So this body launched this certification roughly in 2004. Um, Early 2005, I would say. They announced it in 2004, but then it became operational from 2005 onwards, and that was the time when I joined my industry. So, so since 2005, this certification is active. A lot of people has given this certification across the industries. So when I say industry, IT is only one industry. This certification is applicable maybe if you are in retail, financial, travel, and so on. So all the industries, this certification is applicable. My request to everybody, please be on mute, just to avoid static noise. And whenever you have to speak, you can just unmute yourself and then ask your question. Okay. So, and please join through your laptop or desktop. This is very, very important so that you can participate in classroom, activities as well. So, so if you see, I started my career in 2005. Around 5 years, I worked with IT services companies like TCS and Infosys. Uh, though those were one of the most prominent organizations way back then in 2005 or early 2000, gave a lot of good exposure. And we got to work with some of the prominent customers thanks to these IT services companies. That time when I was working with them, I started as a developer. But as very soon I realized that I am really not good at technology. Reason being because I was a mechanical engineer. I passed out as a mechanical engineer, learned technology in TCS, and I had difficulty in coping up in terms of technology expectations. Uh, Even though I was one of the best, I was awarded as one of the best developer um, in Java. That time I remember I learned struts, EJPs, Spring framework, all of those framework I learned. We created Java server faces. Java server faces were also there on basis of which we created UI components. So all of that we did in 1 year. But I realized technology is something not my forte or something is not part of my passion. But I was always very, very passionate about business. Reason being, my parents were from banking. So I was always very interested in financial services. And this is where my journey started as a system analyst. I got my first project in SBI through TCS. So it was a great experience then. So after SBI in TCS, I joined Infosys. In Infosys, the good thing was I got exposure to international customers. Uh, my international customer was Royal Bank of Canada. So worked for RBC for around 2.5 years. And then I went for my MBA. I did my MBA in 2010. It was a 1 year course for working professionals who had around 5 year experience. It was 1 year residential program. And after my MBA, I started my journey as a business analyst in 2011. So when I started my journey as a business analyst, I also started giving all my certifications way back then because it was required as part of my role. I went to Australia, stayed there for a couple of years, cleared all my certifications, and then I decided to come back to India. So when I joined India, then I started working with various banks. So when I was in India in 2013 onwards, I also started sharing my knowledge with my peers. I realized a lot of people were little confused about agile because agile, even though it was not a new concept in itself, it was always there in various avatars, but it became very, very mature starting early 2011, 12 times. So people were little confused about agile. So we started giving, sharing knowledge about agile business analysis with peers as well. So that was a time around 2013. 14, these 2 years wherein I cleared all of these certifications, as you can see, and I started sharing my knowledge with my peers as well. Till today.
Mohit, sorry to interrupt. Gopika's question. Can you please increase the size of the screen?
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. That's it. Thanks, Mohit.
Yeah.
Is it better, Gopika?
Is it better, Gopika?
Yes,
Sorry, I was
it's
not
clear
monitoring
now.
the chat. Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
Yeah, it's clear now.
Great, great. Perfect. So basically, what I want to tell you is that the industry has evolved a lot. It is no longer a simple system analyst or business analyst role. Now, industry expects you to be a product owner. So today we'll give you an overview of various roles. We'll tell you what do we have in this certification, which is CBAP, why it is considered to be one of the toughest certification. We will start covering chapters. The good thing is uh, it's not a lengthy curriculum. If you see, it has only around 6 chapters. That's it, right? And you can actually attempt the exam within 1 week after your last day of curriculum, or 2 weeks per se, because 6 chapters, even if you finish one chapter a day, within a week you will cover all the chapters, and then you can just do some revision, some practice exams, and then you can go for the real exam. So it's really not that complicated, but still a lot of people struggle to clear this exam. Okay, so we'll give you an overview. We have done this curriculum with multiple organizations now. IBS is definitely one of our reputed customer, but apart from IBS, we have done it with United Arab Shipping Corporation, a very famous client in Dubai. We did it for Sri Lankan Airlines in Sri Lanka. We have done it for a client in Qatar, Ministry of External Affairs, and we have done it for Ooredoo in Male, which is near Maldives. So Ooredoo is like Vodafone of India, very famous telecom provider. The reason why I'm telling you all of this is that all of these industries that I have spoken about, they are very, very different industries. And amazing thing about this certification is that this certification is applicable across the industries. So we worked with various industries. The problems are similar. They are basically worried about two things. If you talk to senior leadership in every organization, they are worried only about two things. One is pace, the other is quality of output. So what they want is whatever projects and programs they launch, they want that they are able to deliver them with pace, and they are able to deliver them with quality. And the person or the role who is responsible for pace and quality is product owner. Okay, so in this entire curriculum, we will tell you how a product owner can organize his roles, can basically structure his task and responsibilities in a way so that he can deliver, or so that he can help organization deliver projects and programs with pace and quality. Any questions, please, till now? Let me see the chats. Perfect. So if I have to tell you, this is the Google Drive link where you will have access to all the documentation. Let me share that over the chat. Okay. Just try see that if you are able to access this link. If not, do not worry. You will be able to access this link in your personal laptop or on your mobile as well. Generally, since it's a Google Drive file sharing app, a lot of organizations restrict access to this link, which is absolutely understandable because of security, data security issues. But see if you are able to access it, or else you can download everything uh, in your personal laptop as well. So what we'll do is, before we start with the curriculum, I really need to know my audience. So this will help me understand how I can structure my content so that my audience can benefit as much as possible. So what I want to know from you is your total years of experience and your current role. Basically, are you a developer, or you are from quality assurance, or you are doing business analysis as we speak today, right? So your total number of experience, your current role, and also if you can tell me about if you have done any certification till date, right? So that also you can tell me. It will also help me understand, because all of these certifications, whether it is PMP, CBAP, and all of the certifications, all these certifications are related to each other somewhere or the other. Okay, so we start with the first person. Thanks, Chandan, you are able to access. Others who are not able to access, if you try doing it outside your, you know, basically office network, you will be able to access for sure. Okay, so we start with Vinda. Vinda, are you there? If you can unmute yourself.
Hi, Mohit.
Hi. So Vinda, as I said, your total number of years of experience, your current role, and if you have done any certification.
Yeah, so my total year of experience is 13.
Yeah.
I haven't done any certifications as of now.
Okay. And your current role is
My current role is as of a product owner.
product owner. Okay. So you recently started as a product owner, Vinda, or you?
Yes, I recently started off as a product owner. I was more of a business analyst, come technical consultant in my last profile.
Very nice. Thanks, Vinda. Thank you for
Thank you.
joining.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Another person, Ramya.
Hi, Mohit.
Hi.
I have 12 years of experience,
Nice.
and I'm basically from software testing background. But in this current project, I am doing business analysis work for around 1 year.
Okay. So if you see anybody who is working, who has been part of quality assurance, their role is very close to being a business analyst, right? And that's the reason I have seen a lot of people who actually work as a testing or work as a tester. They actually evolve, or they actually move to being a business analyst, depending upon their comfort in domain. Familiarity, awareness about domain is a must before you move to a BA role. Thank you, Ramya.
Thank you.
Aswati.
Hi, Mohit.
Hi.
I have also 13 years experience. Currently, my designation is test manager.
Perfect. Test manager. Very nice. Thanks, Aswati. Chandran.
Hi, Mohit. This is Chandan. Uh, so I have experience of 1.5 years as a business analyst. So I have done one certification like business analyst foundation from LinkedIn Learning,
Okay, LinkedIn.
and my current role is senior product analyst in IBS.
So your total 1.5 is experience?
Yeah. Previously, I was working in an airline as a crew scheduling, that is 2.5 years.
Okay.
So as a business analyst, 1.5 years.
Very nice. So you have that exposure to industry. Great, Chandan.
Yes.
Very nice. And that really
Thank
helps
you.
a lot. So what we are doing is, because I am working with bank, in fact, we are hiring a lot of BAs who are actually working with bank now, especially in the front office. So who actually operate accounts for the customer, right? Has spent some time being a relationship manager with big customer. So we hire them as business analysts because they bring a lot of industry knowledge on the table. Thank you, Chandan. Shri Kumar. Do we have Shri Kumar? Uh, okay, we'll go next. Jahava, Sharin. I knew some of the participants might change. This was told to me, which is fine. I just mentioned not applicable. Chandran SR. Okay. Nandesh. Nagaraju. Okay. Midun.
Hi.
Hi, Midun.
Yeah. I have a working for business analyst has done 4 years now, 4.6 years. And when it comes to an airline domain, it's nearly 1.5 years. Then I didn't do any certification till now.
Okay, so you're currently working as a PA. Great.
Yeah,
Midun.
currently implementation BA.
Implementation BA. Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Midun. Then we have Rohit.
Yeah, hi, Mohit.
Hi.
I'm totally having an experience of 2.5 years as a BA.
Yeah.
And like I was working previously in a different domain. It was whole different. It was related to vehicle. But like I have joined IBS back in 4 months. I'm only having experience of about 4 months in this airline industry. And I'm currently working as a senior product analyst.
Very nice. Perfect. Thanks, Rohit.
Thank you.
Janakiram.
Yeah. Hi, Mohit.
Hi.
Good afternoon. So, totally, I have a 7+ years of experience. Currently, I'm working as a product owner. So, this is a new role to me. So, I'm from testing background.
Very nice. Testing background. Okay, perfect. Then we have Gopika Prabha. Gopika, can you unmute yourself? I can see you online. Maybe issue with your mic.
Hi. Hi, Mohit.
We can't hear you, Gopika. You have to be louder.
Myself, Mohit. How about now?
Still very. Can you be louder a little?
How about now?
Okay, I'm just trying my best. Okay, no worries. Yes, Gopika.
Yeah, totally years of experience in IT, and I started my career as a test engineer and later into QA lead roles. Then I've covered 5 plus experience in DevOps. And currently, this is my third company, and I'm supporting as a DevOps engineer role here, driving the team on the 3 sides. And I've taken the business analytics certification related to this from my previous company.
Okay.
Not as a business analyst. It's my first opportunity to take the CBAP.
So right now, your current role, you have you're a business analyst, right?
No. I'm here as a DevOps engineer.
DevOps. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Gopika.
Yeah, and external like participation here is a lead product engineer in IT.
Understood. Thanks, Gopika. Gopika, just a small thing. Your mic is, not working well. It was very difficult to hear you. Next time when you join in, try to see whether your mic works. So you can do Zoom test also, just to make sure everything works well before we join in. Welcome to the batch. Thank you, Gopika. Anna
Sure.
Elizabeth.
Thank
Yes.
you. Actually, I joined from the IBS laptop. I think when I switched to those, there is some issue, but I'll make sure from tomorrow onwards it is not happening.
No worries, Gopika. It was better now, but as you.
Hi, Mohit.
Hi, Anna.
Hi.
Hi. Anna Elizabeth.
Pardon?
I didn't say Hannah. Anna Elizabeth Zoe. I know Hannah.
Mohit, I am part of learning and development team, and I am here as the coordinator.
Okay, perfect, Hannah. Thank you. Thanks, Hannah, for the confirmation. And Gopika TD, we have one more Gopika, right?
Yes, Mohit.
Yes.
Hi, Mohit. So actually have 2+ years of experience as a Java developer. So I joined IBS before 6 months as a senior product engineer Mohit.
Very nice. Perfect. So all this technology that I spoke of, Gopika, which is struts, EGP, Spring, Java server faces, all of these are still applicable, or now we have new Java technologies like React and all of that?
Currently, they are using Angular in IPS.
Angular. Okay. So
Yeah.
Angular is front end.
Yeah.
Angular is front end or back end?
No, front end.
Front end. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice, nice. Thank you, Gopika, for the confirmation. I mean, those were the days I remember around. It's been now how many years? 2005. I think it's 17 years now. Yes. And I remember we used to learn Java the entire day in TCS. Used to come office 9 in the morning. Used to be in the office till 2 a.m. in the midnight. And just try to make sure that we learn as quickly as possible. And I my client which I worked for was Goodyear. I don't know if you know, it's a famous tire rubber tire organization like MRF. And we were trying to basically create their ERP through Java. And but then, as I said, after 1 year, I realized that I have to do something else. Great. Thanks to all of you for your quick introduction. Have I missed anyone, please? Anybody I have missed, please let me know. Who is A9242? Sorry. A9242.
Mohit, it's me, Ashwati.
Sorry?
Ashwati, Mohit.
Ashwati. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashwati, for confirmation. Okay. So this is what we will cover. There are 4 days. If I have to very simplify what we're gonna cover is, today we will give you a little overview of CBAP, right? Then we'll cover the first chapter, and also we'll give you an exercise on wherein all of you will create value tree. Day 2, which is Monday, we will cover 2 other chapters, which is BA planning, monitoring, and elicitation. And then we'll do an exercise on stakeholder matrix diagram. Okay. And day 3, we will cover remaining 3 chapters. And day 4, you will have a quiz. Now, this quiz will be in alignment with the actual quiz you can expect if you want to go for the certification. So it will be in classroom quiz. There will be 50 questions. You will be given 1.5 hours. And then, we will be sharing your marks or your scores as well. And also, we will help you complete your CBAP applications. If you see, CBAP has one of the highest rejection rate in the industry when it comes to application. They have a very, very stringent application process. And we want to make sure that you're able to clear your application, because just going for the application will cost you roughly around $200, which is a costly affair for sure. Anyway, dollar, rupee, how it has grown over the years. So 200 is roughly around 18,000 bucks, because you have your card charges as well. So application is a very costly and stringent process. So we will help you complete your application offline. And whenever you are ready to give exam, you can submit it online. And then we will also tell you what it takes to clear the exam. Okay. So as you can see, we will cover all the 6 chapters. We'll start day 1 today, which is 1 chapter only today, but a high level overview of the entire curriculum also will give it to you. And also every chapter that we will do, it will be followed by a small quiz. Okay. So please listen to it carefully, whatever we discuss, because immediately after every chapter, there will be a small quiz also that all of you will attempt. And in the end, we will have one consolidated quiz which will cover all the 6 chapters. Any question on the curriculum, please? So a lot of exercise, a lot of interaction, and we have to keep it open. Do not park your questions towards the end. Anytime you have a question, just unmute yourself. I really don't monitor chat while I speak. So that's why I'm saying whenever you have any question, you can always just unmute yourself, say, Mohit, I have a question. And we will listen to your question and try our best to answer that. Okay? And again, I'm sharing the Google Drive link for the participants who joined just now. Some of you might not be able to access if you are joining from Office Network, but you will be able to access it if you join through your home laptop or desktop. Okay? So now there are a lot of titles. As I was telling, there was a title called System Analyst, right? Then we have, then some people call it Business Analyst now. Then we have Product Analyst. Then we have Product Owner. Then we have Product Manager also. Then we have Product Leader also, right? Or Director or Senior Director. Every organization call it differently, but they are all same levels. Can anybody tell me what is the difference between these roles, or all those roles are similar? Anybody want to try? So we have so many titles available in the industry. And right now, the most famous title is Product Owner, right? Or Product Analyst, depending upon your experience. But if you see how this, so I actually started working as a system analyst. So when I was a system analyst, I never used to interact with the customer. There was a business analyst who used to interact with the customers and used to get the requirements, business requirements, right? So when I used to get the business requirements from that person, I used to design the website or the app accordingly. So even though I didn't knew the business requirements in detail, right? So for example, the business analyst used to tell me, hey, Mohit, we need to have a login screen with username, password, and maybe a CAPTCHA code. So he used to tell me that. And then I used to work with technology and figure it out, how a username should look like, password. If somebody is typing the password, whether the characters should be visible or not, or it should be in asterisk format. So all of these nitty-gritties about the system design, I used to work with technology and create the website or the app as per the business requirements given by a business analyst. So I started my career as a system analyst. And when I was a system analyst, my technology experience helped me a lot. So 1 year of experience, I cleared Sun Java certifications way back then in 2005. I know they have stopped giving those certifications now, but it was a renowned certification that time. So I cleared that. I learned a lot of Java technology that time. And this technology experience that I had just 1 year helped me a lot being a system analyst. Okay, because I used to work with technology really well. The business analysts, they knew the business really well. So they are the one who used to work with the customer, and they used to give us very clear business requirements. So he used to tell me, that person, that Mohit, I need, let's say, username, password, CAPTCHA code, and submit button. That's it. Now, coming to this conclusion is not easy. For me, it's a very simple business requirement, like username, password, CAPTCHA code. But there are a lot of options which business analysts need to think about, whether you need OTP or not, right? And all of those iterations and alternatives and options business analysts used to think. He used to look at the business and then come up with a very clear business requirement and give it to me. I, as a system analyst, always used to think his job is really easy because all he has to do is write text in a document, right? But then later on, when I started becoming as a business analyst, then I realized it's a very, very critical job. You need to have a strong domain knowledge so that you can come up with clear and simple business requirements, which can actually solve the problem. Okay. Then what happened is business analyst was all about business requirements only, right? And that time we used to have another role called project manager. They were the one who used to do all the planning. But later on, and this business analyst was very popular till I would say 2010. I could say very popular term. Not 2010, I would say 2011, 12 ish type. But just to be simple, we can say 2010. It was very popular. A lot of people used to get hired as a business analyst. Or you can say, or if I have to be a little conservative, let's say 2015. It was till that year, it was very popular. From 2015 onwards, we started coming with product owners. So the reason why we started calling it as product owner is because product owner now has two jobs, always remember. One is being a business analyst plus project manager. So this particular person will deliver role as a business analyst and a project manager. So he or she is not only responsible for business requirements, but also this person has to make sure that do all the planning also. And planning takes a lot of time, right? So as a project manager, you have to plan your resources, your scope, time, quality, right? Your stakeholders, plan for ongoing governance, ongoing status updates, tracking risk assumption issues, dependencies. So a lot of work a project manager used to do, managing procurement as well, if we were working with vendors. And all of that role was given to the same person called product owner. So the product owner, as the name suggests, this person owns the product, very, very big responsibility. Even though all of us give this title to ourselves in a very, very, casual manner. But if you ask me, it used to be a very, very big, high responsibility role. And only the best of the best in the industry used to get that title of a product owner, right? And that product owner takes responsibility of two parameters. One is space and the second one is quality. The business, now, whomsoever organization you are working with, whichever organization you are working with, they are competing with others in the industry. So when the organizations are competing with each other, they have to offer products to their customers as soon as possible. So pace is very important. And also they have to offer products which are best in the market or best in the industry. So quality is also important. So the product owner, how they can offer, ensure pace and quality by taking dual responsibility of being a BA and a project manager. So that's why when I started my career as a product owner, I was asked by my organization to clear all the certifications related to PA and project manager so that I can start my career as a product owner. And also because product owner has a lot of things to do, he or she can hire product analysts. So product analyst basically supports product owner, right? So let's say one of the things product owner does is, which is a critical task, is basically share ongoing program status updates to the leadership. So when I say program status updates, what is the overall project plan, where we are as of today, what we have completed till now, what we are planning to do next. What are the challenges we are facing, any ongoing issues, any dependencies which we can't resolve. So every month, depending on every organization has its own frequency, but typically every month you have to prepare that status update for the leadership. A product owner is already working with so many areas, so he or she can hire few product analysts. They have little less experience and they can support product owner for various deliverables. Now, product owner owns only one product. But in organization, you have multiple products, right? And then comes the product manager. So once you are a seasoned product owner, you can then become a product manager where you will manage multiple products. So when you say manage multiple products, you have multiple product owners reporting to you. So that person is called product manager. Okay, again, a very, very seasoned industry role. And finally, you become product leader. So basically, when it comes to one business function or one line of business, all the products that you have in that business function, you are the owner for that. One person to go, business function. This person is the industry leader or the organization leader. That's why I use the word leader. All the product managers, owners, analysts report to product leader. The titles can be director or senior director. The title can vary, but the role expectation is leading all the products in that business function. Very, very tough job to deliver. It's not at all easy. The person who can be an efficient product leader, if you ask me, somebody who started as a system analyst, right? Then they know what challenges people face on ground. So right now, if you ask me, I am at this level, product manager. I manage multiple products, around 7 to 8 products, but then there is only one leader. So this leader is a very senior role. If you ask me, this person is equivalent to managing director in the organization of product. Very, very senior role. And this person then can basically lead all the products in that business function. And this person typically, they report to, CXOs of the organization like CEO, CFO. So if a CEO is looking for launching, let's say, new set of products, the CEO will call this person, and then this person will plan and work with his team of managers, owners, and analysts to deliver. So this is what it is. Business analyst is still popular, but both system analysts and business analysts have been clubbed into IT role. So both BA and system analyst are now part of technology, or IT, you can say information technology. And from product analyst per se, you are more aligned to business. So below are your business roles. So what happens is, if you ask me, generally we hire people in this area who are very strong in business. They might or might not know or aware of technology. But when we hire people here, business analysts and system analysts, they are very good in technology. So let's say we have to create APIs, application programming interface. So product owners will only tell what fields need to be communicated and what will be the purpose of APIs. But then these are the people who will work with technology and look at all the possible scenarios about APIs, right? The way two systems can interact to each other. So it's a tech heavy role and these are business heavy roles. But I personally believe you cannot skip technology. So even I hire people, product owners or analysts or managers also. I always prefer those people who have bit understanding about technology also, because eventually no product can be built without technology. So if you do not have technology experience at all, You will all. So let's say if somebody doesn't even know what is Kafka, what is API, or what is a database, right? What is a front end? So if somebody doesn't even know these kind of basics, this person will always struggle. Even though we will give them business analyst, system analyst, they will still feel challenged in the industry today. So we always prefer people who have little bit of technology know-how as well. Any question with respect to these roles, please? Okay, I take it as a no.
Yes, Mohit.
Yes.
Ram here. So,
Yeah.
I have a question. So, you have mentioned so product owner, product manager might not have a idea on technology, right? But
Right.
yeah, but how they can like analyze the technology which are needed for the product implementation and all. So, how that issue will be resolved?
So
They don't have.
Jana, so that's why we give them business analyst and system analyst.
Okay.
So
they will work.
basically, if a product manager, let's say, is not aware of technology, but for example, if you see, let's say somebody, right now we are hiring product managers from the industry, banking industry, who knows banking really well. They know all the RBI regulations and all of those, laws that we need to comply by. They have never worked on technology. They were never Java developers. So they give us all the requirements from business perspective. And then the business analyst and system analyst are the one who convert these business requirements into functional specifications or stories. I would say in today's world, we call it stories, which are then used by technology to build the product. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Jana?
So yes, but at least they should have a basic technology knowledge, right?
Yeah. That's why I said they should always have. So I always prefer people, even here, who have technology experience. And even if they don't have technology experience, they have technology acumen. They are keen to learn technology. So, for example, today, when I got to know somebody is working on Java, I was asking her, how the technology has evolved, what is difference between Angular and React. So that kind of interest and understanding you should have. You might not be able to code Angular or React, but you should be able to understand, okay, Angular is front end, or React is front end, and so on. Make sense?
Yes. Yeah. And I have another question. So
Yes.
can you differentiate the difference between the system analyst and the data analyst, or this business analyst also?
You see, system analyst, now in system, you have three things. If you see, you have front end, you have middleware, which is your business logic lies, and you have backend wherein your data lies. So now even data is becoming very, very complex as we speak. Now everybody wants to organize data, get insights from that data, business insights. A lot of tools are available like Tableau, ClickSense, right? And other tools, business intelligence tools are there. So what organizations are doing now, we have come to an arena where products are becoming complex. So within system analyst, the person who is very comfortable with data, we hire that person only to manage data for that product, and we call them data analyst. And the person who is more comfortable with front end, like Figma, we have a lot of technology here. We hire them to manage the front end of the customer. So they are the one who design Figma screens. They work very extensively with UI UX developers and so on. Make sense? Data analyst?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So if you look at CBAP, CBAP tells you the name of the full form of that certification is Certified Business Analyst Professional, right? So this is the full form, Certified Business Analyst Professional. And so this course was launched in 2004. And since then, the course has evolved a lot. And right now, even though they have not used the word product owner per se, but whatever subjects or curriculum they have covered is very relevant from a product owner perspective also. So basically, CBAP tells you about being a business analyst, which is about being how you manage requirements, as simple as that. But it does not help you to become a product owner in itself. The reason being is, if you want to become a product owner, you need to understand how project is managed also. So if you want to really become a product owner, the two minimum certifications you should have is CBAP and PMP. Because CBAP plus PMP will help you understand how A, you will be able to manage requirements, and B, how will you plan those requirements. So that planning aspect is covered in PMP, which is another certification, Project Management Professional by PMI. Okay. Whereas CBAP is offered by a body called IIBA, International Institute of Business Analysis. So at end of this course, you will understand everything about being business analysts, for sure. But then my recommendation to all of you is, once you are done with this curriculum, please also think about PMP, because PMP will tell you how to manage projects and programs, how to plan them in a way so that you can also ensure what you can ensure? Pace. Because pace is very, very important in today's world. So let's say Swiggy and Zomato. I'm just giving a very simple example. Both of them are competing with each other only on two things, which is pace and quality. Same is Amazon and Flipkart. Pace and quality. How soon you can deliver better products will decide the fate of the organization in the industry. So many organizations, they focus more on quality, but then they lack pace. When you lack pace, you lose customer already, because the customers get used to one product. And once customer, for example, I tell you, Big Basket came in. I got used to Big Basket. I order all my groceries through Big Basket. After Big Basket, a lot of grocery apps have come. Swiggy also have come with an app called Swiggy Instamart. We have Blinkit. We have Grofers. I never tried those apps. Not because I don't like those apps, because I never felt the need. I can order grocery 10 years ago on Big Basket. I can order it today. Over the last 10 years, I have never tried any other app. So that's the reason these two things matter a lot. If it might happen, Grofers might have created a better app. I don't know. Some people say Swiggy Instamart. There is one more app that has come from Swiggy. I don't know about Swiggy, which is a very famous app for grocery, which is sorry.
It's Instamart.
Instamart is there always, but they have come up with one more app, which is like very, very for premium groceries. They have come.
Donzo, I think.
Yeah, some app I forgot. I mean, they came to our society. They were giving some one-time offer as well. If you log in, we'll give you some cashback. I actually logged in because of that offer, to be honest. I ordered first product also. I loved the app. But then again, my basic instinct is let's say I want bread and eggs. I will log in into PB now. That is my basic instinct. And I don't have so much time to think about, okay, this app would be better. Whatever comes to my basic instinct, because I'm already very busy, I will quickly log in, place an order, and I'm done. So pace and quality is very, very important in today's world. And that's why, and this is how there is a disconnect between the leadership and the employees. A lot of organizations are facing issues around this. When I speak to the leadership around the industry, they say when we tell employees to deliver faster, to work harder, in today's world, employee feel resistance that leadership is unempathetic. They are always asking for more and more. Even if we give in best, we are given 12 hours, they are not happy. They say that we could do better. So a lot of disconnect is happening because of this space between the leadership and the employees. Every organization is struggling. So some organizations, they do what they do is they have started paying extra, like startups. They started paying, enormous amount of money to the employees, which was not sustainable. And then they fire those employees also if they are not performing. It's not sustainable for the long run, right? Some organizations, they try to tell the employees why they're asking for pays. They tend to be very transparent. They tell it because we have to go live before our peer. But what I'm telling you is quality is not a big challenge in today's world, honestly. If you ask leadership, they will talk about pace. Any product idea which has come up, they want to launch that idea within an year or in months, wherein the team says they need at least couple of years to build that good product with good quality. So balance of pace and quality, product owner job will become more and more tough as we speak. It will not be an easy to be a product owner because we are, and especially with AI and all of that, our products are becoming more complex and the industry expectation is to be as quick as possible. Okay, so CBAP will help you understand that how you as a business analyst, you can manage requirements. And this is what we will cover as part of this entire curriculum. Any question till now before I'll give you a high level overview of CBAP curriculum? Should we take a small break now?
Yes, please. So 5 minutes break.
Yeah, okay. So I'll give you, let's say, 15 minutes break. It's now 14:40, 37, I would say. So let's come back and you can have your, quick tea or whatever and feel recharged. Let's come back at 3 p.m. sharp. Okay, 3 p.m. sharp. And then we'll start with curriculum.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello all. Please confirm your availability over chat.
Hi, Mohit, I'm there.
Wait, I'm there.
Perfect. You can confirm over chat as well, others.
Hi, Mohit.
Hi, Vinda. We'll start in 2 minutes. So folks, as I was telling, we'll keep this entire, curriculum very simple. One of the biggest mistake most of the trainer do is they make it very complicated unnecessarily. The exam is very simple. It's just that you need to be a little smart with respect to the your learning. So we'll cover now how to be smart with this reading. Okay, I think we can get started. A lot of people are already there. Anybody has any query before we look at the CBAP curriculum? What all it has? Okay, let me share my screen. I'll take it as no. Yes. So basically, in CBAP curriculum, it's very, very simple curriculum. And I'll promise you that I'll keep it simple as well so that you can relate to it on your exam day also. So we have 30 tasks which are expected to be performed by business analyst. Okay. And these 30 tasks are divided into 6 knowledge areas. So when we say knowledge areas, it is nothing but category of a task. So all the testing related tasks are in a knowledge area called solution evaluation. Okay. So these 30 tasks are divided into 6 categories or knowledge areas that we will explain just now. And if you see a simple math, you will see one knowledge area will have roughly around 5 tasks. But in some cases, we have one knowledge area having 4 tasks, which means some knowledge area has 6 tasks as well. Okay. So, but on an average, every knowledge area or a category has 5 tasks. So the total number of tasks are 30. So what we will cover in next 3 days is 30 tasks in detail. As simple as that. Okay. Every task you need information in order to complete that task. The information that you need as a BA to complete that task, they call it inputs. And the information that you will discover or you will gain or you will deliver after you have completed the task, they call it outputs. Okay, so we will cover input and output also. And also there are certain tools and techniques you can use in order to execute your task. So we will cover some of the important tools and techniques also, which can help you execute your task in a better manner. Okay, so this is what we will cover. Now, the problem with CBAP curriculum, I told you it is one of the toughest organization to crack is because we have a book called BABOK, Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. Okay, this is the book we have. This book covers these 30 tasks and 6 knowledge areas. The biggest problem with this book is it is completely theoretical in nature, but the exam is completely practical. When I say practical, nobody will ask you to give requirements, but they will ask a question in a way that only if you can understand the task from a practical standpoint of view, then only you will be able to answer. So there is a disconnect between the way these task has been described in book, which is theoretical, right? But in the exam, it is bit practical oriented, number one. Number two, these 30 tasks you execute in particular order in real world. Now you will be surprised to know they have not explained these 30 tasks in the order in which you execute them. That is the biggest challenge. So people always get confused. So if I open BABOK for you, this is the book, right? And if I open the content, now the first chapter is introduction. This is the introduction chapter. So whatever we are discussing right now, what is the purpose of this book? No questions come from introduction. Okay, so it's just an introduction, some history about IIBA and all of that. You can go through this chapter. Then the second chapter, they talk about some of the key terms they have used in the book, like solution, need. You can see these key terms, right? So they've explained some terminology. This terminology you may or may not use in your real world. And that's why they have defined those terms, just for your understanding. We will also define those terms as we speak. For example, what do we mean by solution? What do we mean by business need? Right? What do we mean by requirement? So some terms they have explained. We will also cover that terms as we come across while explaining those chapters. The real syllabus starts from chapter number 3. So this started with something called BA planning monitoring. This is one category of task. All the planning related task is covered in BA planning and monitoring. Right? Then they have covered something of around elicitation, then requirement lifecycle management, and so on. So these are the 6 chapters they have covered. We will cover. Now, problem with these 6 chapters is you do not execute this task in the order in which they have explained. In fact, as a BA, whenever you work on a project, the first knowledge area that you execute is strategy analysis. All you need to do is when you read this book, the first chapter that you should read is chapter number 6. And this is how we will cover. So basically, this is the order we will cover. Can you see? So we will start with strategy analysis, then planning, then elicitation, then requirement analysis, life cycle management, and solution. So the order of chapter, you have to be a little smart with the order of chapter. So start with chapter number 6, 3, 4, then 7, then 5, then chapter 8. If you read in this order, you will be able to correlate these tasks with your experience. So that is the biggest disconnect. Most of the trainers, they do the mistake is they cover chapter wise. When they do that, the audience is always confused. And in the exam, you need to be able to visualize this task in the order in which we execute them. So this, you have to be very, very careful. So as I explain these chapters, you will understand in which order you need to read these chapters. Okay, so we will cover all this. Then there is a chapter called underlying competencies. So underlying competencies is, as a BA, you should have problem solving attitude. You should have good behavioral characteristics, like you should be trustworthy, you should have integrity, you should be transparent, you should have domain knowledge, you should have communication skills, you should have business, you should be able to manage relationship with stakeholder, you should have some understanding of tools and technology. One or two questions come in the exam on chapter 9. You can just go through it. It's a very, very simple chapter. Basically, they say is some of the soft skills a BA should have in order to execute those 30 tasks. Okay, so very, very simple. Then there is a separate chapter on techniques. We will cover some of the important techniques while we are covering some of the tasks. So, nutshell, 6 chapters are very important, starting chapter 3 to chapter number 8. But we will cover those chapters in the order in which we execute them. Any question till now, please? Chapter 3 to chapter 8. Okay, I'll take it as no. So the first thing that you do, if I have to say here, is the order of chapters. The first thing that a BA does is understanding the problem to be solved. Okay, so if you ask me what a BA does, the role of a BA or a product owner, you can say, is to solve problems of the customer by building products. So for example, when I was a customer, I used to, buy groceries by going to the shops, and then I never used to have time. So that was one of the issues we had, especially in metro cities, where a lot of people are busy with their work. They don't have time to visit shops to buy groceries. And this is where online grocery app came. They understood the problem. They understood the scale of the problem, how big is the problem is, right? The sizing of the problem is also very, very important. They also figured out what is the solution expectation from the customer, right? Then they came up with high-level estimates that what it will require to solve this problem. And basically, you create something called business case here. So how a business case is created, I will explain when I will cover today a chapter called strategy analysis. So strategy analysis, if you see, is a chapter which is chapter number 6, which helps you understand how you create a business case, which is nothing but you understand the problem, you size the problem, you figure out the solution for the problem, right? And then you also do some estimates about the solution. Well, I say estimate, cost profit analysis. See, as a BA, you cannot solve every problem. That's the biggest challenge we have. So if you see, there are a lot of problems every organization want to solve. They have to prioritize problems also. So as a BA, you analyze the cost of building the solution and the profit that you will gain after that solution is delivered. So this way you create business, cases for every problems that you're trying to solve. And whichever business case is the most profitable and most viable, accordingly, that problem will be picked by the organization to be solved. So the goal of strategy analysis is to answer a very simple solution, whether we should solve the problem or not. As simple as that. And that is what we call as, strategy analysis. So that's the first chapter that we will do. So once you have decided that this is the problem we need to solve, let's say the cost is too less to create the solution and the profit is high. I'm just saying, you decide that, yes, I should solve the problem. The second chapter that you will do is you will now start doing the planning. Basically, how you will execute. So you start doing planning here. Basically, when I say planning is, which we call it as BA planning and monitoring. The chapter name is BA planning and monitoring. Sorry, which is this one. And this is the chapter number 3 that you will read. Here, now, please remember, as a BA, you do not do planning for the project. So please look at the term BA planning. So you will plan your role as a BA. Plan your role as a BA for this project. And whatever your plan of a BA is, you will submit your plans to the project manager. And then the project manager will consolidate all the plans of various roles. Now, if you look at a project manager, will get a plan from technology, from you as a BA, from testing team also. He will consolidate all the plans, he or she, and will create an overall project management plan. But here, what kind of planning BA does, I will explain you when we cover BA planning and monitoring on Monday. Very, very important here, chapter. And if I have to give you example, is you plan basically which methodology you will use, whether agile or waterfall, right? So you decide here depending upon the problem you are solving. You plan your stakeholders, right? And so on. What kind of artifacts you will create, and so on. So a lot of planning you do as a BA. So what planning a BA does, we will cover here. And these plans are submitted to project manager, who creates the overall project manager plan. And then you start execution of your project. So once you have done the planning, you start execution. And as part of execution, you start gathering requirements. So gathering requirements is something that I will explain you in chapter number, very easy chapter, most scoring chapter, elicitation and collaboration. Okay, it's all about discovering requirements or gathering requirements. Okay, so we'll cover elicitation and collaboration. So once you have discovered requirements, you need to document those requirements as well. So we will tell you about requirement documentation in chapter number requirement analysis and design definition. So this is chapter number 7. This is all about requirement documentation. So basically you analyze how you should document the requirement in a very simple manner, so that technology can build the product for you. So requirement documentation is covered in which chapter? Chapter number 7. So once you have done the documentation, you need to get your document approved, sign off, and then you manage the change in requirements ongoing basis. That you will cover in requirement lifecycle management. So managing change in requirements. Ongoing basis, because even if you document now, tomorrow requirements can change. So managing change in requirements will be covered in chapter number 5, which is requirement. And the last knowledge area is, once you have given the requirements to technology, they will build the product. You do not do coding. And once they build the product, you test that product. So testing of your requirements is covered in the last chapter, which is solution evaluation, chapter number 8. Test requirements testing. So as a BA, you are responsible to do testing also. And that's why I said, if you are from quality assurance, the natural evolution of your role is to become a PA in the long run, once you acquire good domain knowledge. Now you understand why this CBAP curriculum is tough, not because it is a complex curriculum. The order is not very confusing. So if you get this order correct, which is you start from chapter number 6 to chapter 3, to chapter 4, to chapter 7, chapter 5, and then chapter 8, you will understand how you execute this task in the real world. And once you know how to execute this task in the real world, you will be able to clear the exam, because exam is not theoretical. It is little practical. They will give you scenarios and then they'll expect you to answer the question. And if you are able to visualize this task in a practical manner, you will be able to clear the exam. Any question on CBAP curriculum, please? All this, this BABOK, the summary of task and inputs, everything is uploaded on the Google Drive link, which you can download later. And what we will do is, in order to help you visualize this task in a practical manner, we will stick to one project, which is building a industry-leading app. Okay, so this one we will create industry-leading flight booking app for our customer. All of you are from travel industry. So I'm giving you a very simple example. Whenever I take session for IBS, we always take this example. So this is the project, right, which we will refer to throughout this curriculum. So just assume you are a product owner for this project, which is you are building a flight booking app. Now, already you have a lot of apps in the industry like Make My Trip, Clear Trip, IBO. Now, let's say tomorrow, IBS says we also book and build an app, flight booking app. And you will then design this app throughout this curriculum and execute some of these tasks or techniques. And this is how you will correlate this task from a practical standpoint of view. Any question till now, please? Anybody? So that's why I said, please have your, laptop or a desktop ready so that you can do classroom exercises as well. Again, if I cover strategy analysis is all about whether a problem should be solved or not. You understand the problem and figure out the benefits in solving the problem or benefits from solving the problem. And accordingly, you help the organization decide whether we should solve the problem or not. Once organization gives sign off, please solve the problem. Before you start solving the problem, you do planning, but only from a BA perspective. We will cover that in chapter 3. Once your planning is done, you start execution of the project. As part of execution, you start discovering requirement, which is nothing but elicitation and collaboration. Once you have all the requirements, you document it, which is requirement analysis and design definition. And once the requirements are documented, you get it signed off, right? And you manage change in requirements on ongoing basis. And that is requirement lifecycle management, chapter number 5. And finally, once the product is ready, you do requirement testing also. Any questions, please, from anyone? Very, very simple curriculum, but little smart we need to have in the order in which we execute them. Perfect. So let's have a small quiz on CBAP curriculum. Okay. So let me paste the quiz. Very small quiz I'll give. I'm just finding where it is. Just give me a minute. Yes, so I got the quiz now. Let me paste it on the chat. Very simple quiz. I'll give you 15 minutes. Okay. give answers to this question in the chat, and all the answers club it together and give only one message in the chat. Okay. Simple quiz, 6 questions about 6 knowledge areas. I'll give you 15 minutes. Right now it is 5:25. We will look at your answers at 5:40. Let me share my screen so that you can see the. I have given on the chat. Okay, so 5 questions I have given on the chat. Look at the question, give answers in one go, please. On the chat. Let's see how many of you get all questions correct. Please refer to chat for the questions.
Hello, Mohit.
When should we share the result? Is it in the chat or in the drive?
Folks, if you can give me your answers. I got it from Ramya. Others as well, please.
Where we should share the answer, is it to you individually or is it in the drive? Hello, Mohit. Where we should post the answers? Can you post in the group chat?
Your voice is very less, but on the chat, please. On the meeting group chat, just paste the answer. Perfect. I think I got the answers from most of you. Thanks, everybody. And I'm very happy that most of you have got the answers correct. Barely few of the questions, the answers are wrong, but let's look at the answers now. So if you look at, this was the quiz. Which knowledge area gives you raw notes, information or material or BA docs or artifacts? The answer is elicitation and collaboration, because you here get discover requirement. Okay, I'm very happy that most of you got it correct. Which knowledge area you get BA docs approved or signed off? The answer is your requirement lifecycle management. See, sign off plus, approved and signed off. The requirement lifecycle management. Which knowledge area helps you validate whether a problem or a business need has been indeed solved or not? This is a tricky question. This is solution evaluation. Because in evaluation, you actually evaluate two things. One is whether this solution is ready to be offered to the customer. And once it is offered, whether it is solving the problem or not. Which knowledge area where you assess change in your BA docs and artifacts or requirements, which is requirement lifecycle management. Manage change in requirements, right? Which knowledge area you decide your BA doc artifacts you will create, as well as templates for those artifacts. So this is all about planning, what artifacts you will create and what templates you will use. The answer is BA planning and monitoring. Chapter number 3. Which knowledge area helps you identify, analyze whether solution is ready to be offered to the customer? Solution evaluation. Make sense? Any doubt, please, on the 6 questions? Any doubt from anyone, please? Okay. Again, if I have to say, the first one is elicitation. The second one is requirement lifecycle management. Third is solution evaluation. Fourth is requirement lifecycle management, BA planning and monitoring, and finally solution evaluation. Okay. And if you ask me, honestly, if you ask me, you are now ready for the exam. Trust me. Because now you can actually go through BABOK yourself. You know the order in which you need to read the chapters. You know the purpose of those each chapter. So you will read that chapter accordingly. Nothing need to be memorized at all. No theoretical question whatsoever. You will go. It is all MCQ question, which means you'll get multiple choices. If you read the question, you will get to know. Looking at the choices itself, you will get to know which choice is accurate. And you will be able to answer the question. Make sense? So this is what we'll cover in next 3 days, but little in a practical manner.
Mohit, one doubt.
Yes.
Can you please explain that question 3 once more?
So which knowledge area helps you validate whether a problem has been indeed solved or not? So in solution evaluation, we actually do evaluation of solution 2 times. One is before deployment and one is after deployment. So before deployment, you see whether solution is ready for deployment or not. Deployment means offer to the customer. Once it is offered to the customer, you again monitor the solution, whether it is actually solving the problem or not. So sometimes what happens is you create the solution, you offer it to the customer, but customer does not understand your solution. He might use your solution in a wrong manner, which might create even more problem. So even if your solution is ready to solve the problem, but still it is not solving the problem. So how you evaluate the solution? Once before deployment and then second time after deployment as well. So the answer is solution evaluation. Question number 3. Make sense?
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Anyone else, please? So for example, Flipkart, they are trying to solve the problem, which is customers should be able to order products online. Even today, I'm not comfortable with Flipkart. Whenever I have to buy something online, my first instance, see, every customer is different. Not all customers are alike. Some of you might like Flipkart more than Amazon. But somehow, whenever I have to search something, for example, I just ordered Diwali lights. I ordered it on Amazon. I didn't even check it on Flipkart at all. Maybe the same product at Flipkart would have been cheaper, 30, 40, 50 rupees cheaper. But the overall experience in product search in Flipkart is not very user-friendly. And good thing about Amazon is whenever the search result come, A, it is relevant. B, they always give you a product which is from the seller whose reviews are the best. So they order the products as per the reviews of the seller. And then when you click a product, then you can choose to select another seller if you want. But in Flipkart, it's always very complicated. Same product is shown as multiple results with different sellers. Some of the sellers are FS approved, some of the sellers are not FS, basically Flipkart approved. And it's a mess there, as simple as that. Flipkart could be better only for ordering mobiles because they have tied up with a lot of, mobile manufacturers like OnePlus and so on. So sometimes you get good discount on electronic items. But apart from that, I don't foresee any future of Flipkart. I mean, that's my experience. So what I'm saying is such a big product, massive investment. And what I got to know, I might be wrong and you can check on Google. I heard all the founders, they have exited the company Flipkart. They have sold off their share. They are in just board of directors now, but they don't have any ownership in Flipkart. So they have, sold the share back to Walmart, who is the main founder. I mean, that is what I got to know. And this also shows the confidence of the owners in the product itself. Okay, so we look at the strategy analysis now. Very simple knowledge area.
Excuse me, Mohit.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm unable to see your screen. Is it just for me? It's
You're not
blank.
you're not able to see my screen?
Yeah.
Others can see my screen, please.
Yes, Mohit. I can.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, let me rejoin.
Yeah, please rejoin. Thank you. See, building a product is very, very challenging in today's world. It's not only about getting the requirements right, how you design the product. For example, CRED. I don't know how many of you are aware of CRED, which is for, pay your credit card bills. The way they have done it is really beautiful. You can pay your credit card bills on Amazon also, Paytm also, even Truecaller also. Truecaller, even they have that capability of paying your credit card bills. But anytime you have to pay the bill, the first instance is go to CRED. So being a product owner, and that's the reason a lot of industries are hiring designers as well, UX designer. So we have Figma people. They are specialized in app and website design. How big the font should be, how much fields should be there in one screen. Basically, the user experience matters a lot in today's world. Okay, perfect. So let's look at the strategy analysis, very simple knowledge area, and I'll give you an exercise and then we'll wrap up for today. So strategy analysis, if I have to go, has only 4 tasks. Okay. The first task is, let me give you an example so that, and this is the, case study that you will all refer to, which is wherein you're trying to create an industry leading flight booking app for your customers. Okay. So now when I look at strategy analysis, the purpose of strategy analysis, as we know, is to understand the problem. So I give you simple example. When I joined TCS, I remember I told you I wanted to become a business analyst, but I started as system analyst. So the first project they gave me was State Bank of India. Now, if you look at State Bank of India, they were launching online banking in 2006. Online banking. And it was the first domestic bank who launched online banking in 2006. First domestic bank. Right? Then other banks, now everybody has online banking. So they came to us and to TCS and they said that we want to offer online banking. Can you help us? Now tell me, what should be my first task if I am trying to offer online banking? I mean, this is the problem which was given to us. Anybody can tell me what will be the first task that you need to perform if you are working on this project or the problem statement, which is offering online banking to customers?
Yeah, understanding the requirement or the problem.
Okay, and how will you understand the problem? Where you will start? Now, let's say you are, and sorry, I don't, recall voices. Who was this? Sorry, is it Vinda?
Vinda.
Yeah. So Vinda, let's say I'm your customer, SBI, right?
Okay.
You are working in TCS. I said, Vinda, I want to offer online banking to customers. Please help us. So tomorrow is day one. You'll say, okay, sir, we'll start from tomorrow. So what you will do on day one? I mean, customer will not guide you, right? They'll say, Vinda, whatever you'll tell us, we'll do it for you. But our objective is, or the problem that we want to solve is online banking to customers. So what you will do on day one?
So they would yeah, we would understand what, I mean, whether they require an interface or an application.
Okay, so this meeting is happening. Just imagine this is day one meeting. You have set up a meeting, right?
Yeah.
I'm SBI. I have few people in my team, and you are the product owner. Say, so we will have some greetings in the meeting. First meeting, definitely 5-10 minutes. Then what is the first question you will ask?
First we'll check with them what they want to launch first, either an interface or directly into an app or application.
Okay. And please remember, this is 2006. Remember 2006? I don't know what is the age group of this batch. Uh, I mean, I know I'm the oldest. I'm 80s born, but 83 to be precise. But 2006 was the time when people didn't even have smartphones. That time we had something called pager. I don't know if you recall somebody, if any one of you have seen pager.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So so the first thing that we will do is analyze current state. This is the first task. So basically what you will do is, now sometimes what happen is, sometimes customer will come to you and they'll say they want online banking to customer. Now you need to understand why they are coming with this problem statement now. Till 2006, SBI was completely branch banking for 50 years. SBI is one of the first bank after independence, right? So they were like conceptualized around 1950s. So for around 50 years, they are with branch banking. Wherein branch banking means customers go to branch and they will do the banking. After 50 years, they are saying they want to offer online banking, and that too not because every bank has started offering online banking. They were the first bank to do that in India. I'm not saying global. Globally, definitely we had a lot of other banks who started online banking way earlier than us. So the first thing that you do is you analyze current state. So in analyzing current state, basically I will look at their problem statement, and I started analyzing a lot of things about the bank. The first thing I analyzed was people, basically the org structure. I wanted to understand, like, how they are currently established within India. So we asked a lot of questions about, we told them we want to understand your geographical presence in India. So they were divided into 4 zones: north, south, east, west, how many branches they have. I understood everything about and what kind of workforce they have. So they told us they have, front office, middle office, back office, basically how they have set up as an organization. with help of which they are able to serve the customer. The second thing we did was, and all of these things were in parallel, it's not like it was some order, but we understood was products. So we really wanted to understand as SBI what they are offering to the customer. Sorry, some issue with my keyboard. Yeah. So we started understanding products. So if you look at the products, they said they had 4 lines of business that time. The first line of business was retail banking, where they used to offer accounts, loans, all those basic products to customer. Then they had corporate banking, where they used to give corporate loans and payment solutions to business customers. Then they had asset and wealth management that time, which was for rich customers, high net worth individuals. They had a lot of assets which they need to manage, right? And so these were the line of business they had. Asset wealth management, commercial banking, retail banking, and they were also into capital markets called investment banking. SBI Capital Market is one of the oldest, right? Wherein they used to help companies to raise capital from people. So that is nothing but capital markets or from markets. So we understood what kind of products they offer to various people. Then we understood their existing infrastructure also, basically what systems they have in the system, in their organization, right? So how they basically offer these products. So interestingly, SBI was working on core banking long before that. They started core banking modernization, which is since late 1980s, not 80s, I would say 90s. So in core banking was before 90s, everything was on paper. Even your account statement was in one register. That's it. So tomorrow, if that register gets lost or it gets destroyed because of fire, the bank will not know how much money was in your account. That was the state of the banking before 90s. But after 90s, or beginning of 90s, I would say, when economic liberalization happened, thanks to Manmohan Singh, a lot of banking became digital, and which was nothing but core banking. So a lot of mainframe systems they had, wherein all the transactions and all the data of the bank was digital. Even though customer was completely branch banking, was offered branch banking, they used to go to the branch, but all their transaction accounts data was there in mainframe systems. And these mainframe systems are being used even today. Can you imagine? Whatever core banking systems we have created, they are being used. So we started using their, people, product, systems. So everything that we could understand, we started using. We also started using their procedures. Procedures means basically if somebody has to open a bank account, somebody has to do a payment, what procedure customer needs to perform and what employees used to do. So we started using, understanding their procedures as well. So what I'm saying is, in analyzing current state, before you even solve for the problem, you understand the current state first. And then when we understood the current state, we could understand why they are asking for, this is very important, why they are asking for online banking. Because we saw was their customers, we understood their customers also, right? Like what kind of customers are there? We saw that the customers are growing at rapid pace, especially in metro cities, and not only in metro cities, even in villages or tier 2, tier 3 cities, everywhere the customers were growing. Because if you remember in 2000, that was a time where globally there were a lot of economic development was happening. Remember before 2008? So the customers were they were earning money. A lot of money I got my job in 2005. Before me, a lot of my seniors got job in TCS, Infosys, HCL. All of these companies were growing. So customers were having money, and once customers have money, they start opening account. So customers were also increasing. And also we studied, and we did not even restrict ourselves to SBI. We also studied what RBI regulation says. Even RBI at that time, they were also supporting technology in banking. So we were also understood something about, regulations as well at that point of time. And then when we realized that they have come to a tipping point that they cannot service customer only through branches, because there's a limit to how many branches you have, right? So when we studied their people, org structure, branches and all, they have already opened so many branches. And we actually visited the branches. We saw that they were always full of customers. Customers were unhappy. There were long queues, even to check the balance. So today, if you have to go and check the balance, there used to be long queue. You have to spend at least 3 hours just to check your balance in the account. So all of that we did, and we understood that yes, the time has come to work on online banking to customers. So in Analyze Current State, if you look at this task, very simple task, you look at the problem, the need of the customer, which is nothing but the problem that they want us to be solved. And you do elicitation here. Now, elicitation is nothing but talking to customers and gaining information. So all that information that I got from the customer about their people, products, systems, procedures, customers, RBI, it was all about talking to them. And the output is current state description. If you look at the current state description is, we described everything in a very smart presentation that this is what SBI is as of today. And there is a mistake here. They say that business requirements, you do not work on business requirements on day one. That's a mistake. Basically, what we did was we defined the problem, that which is the online banking. And they said that the root cause of the problem was that the bank is growing at such a scale that offline banking cannot support the customer demand anymore. And we quantified the problem as well. And this is what we did in first few weeks while we started working with SBI, which is Analyze Current State. Any question on Analyze Current State before we start looking into future state? So guys, folks, give me 5 minutes. My daughter has come. I need to just give her food and then we'll regroup. Okay? 5 minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you so much, folks, for waiting for 5 minutes. She just came from school, so I gave her food. Perfect. Are we back? On the chat, please confirm. Everybody's there, right?
Yes.
Great, great. Okay. So I'm sharing my screen once again. Yeah. So what I said was, see, before you even start solving the problem, the first thing is you understand the problem and also you scale the problem. Scale means you define how big is the problem. And this is what we did when we looked at their, customers, the kind of employees they have, the products they offer to the customers. We really understood the ecosystem, banking ecosystem. And this exercise, which is analyze current state, helped us to start speaking in the language of the customer, right? Because that was our pivot, our turning point. Now we understood the bank really well. And this entire exercise itself took a couple of months just to understand what SBI is all about. Okay, so once we did that was the second thing that we did after task number 1 is define future state. Now, define future state is all about discovering requirements, business requirement document. Okay, so basically what you do here is, now here in task number 1, you understood what is the problem and what is the root cause of the problem, right? The problem was the customers were not happy. They want instant access to their accounts. They want instant services as well. So we understood the root cause of the problem, why there are so many complaints, why customers started looking private banking also in 2006 onwards. And those were some of the issues that we discovered. So in future state, what we did was, it's all about creating the business requirement document. And in this, if you see, what you do is you define the capabilities we need in order to solve the problem. As simple as that. Okay. So if you ask me what is a BRD, BRD is nothing but capabilities we need to solve the problem. And that is what we call as BRD document, if you see here. And also, we also used to define the value, which is nothing but the benefit, not benefit, but what will be the value that we will gain if we solve this problem. And we used to define objectives also. So what is an objective? Now, as a BA, you will definitely write business requirement document. But if you ask me what is business objective, it is one line summary of your BRD, as simple as that. So if you are a BA, you are giving BRD overview to technology. So you always start with objective, right? So basically here we said that, and it has to be smart. Smart means it has to be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bounded. So I've given one example. To reduce claim processing cycle, right? So basically we are talking about this is an example from insurance project. So in an insurance project, we are talking about claim processing cycle. We wanted to reduce the time from 3 days to 1 day. That was the actual one project that we did in 1 year from today. So as soon as you define this objective, you set the expectations to all the stakeholders. This is what we are trying to achieve. And then accordingly, then you start giving the overview of the PRT. So business objective is such a powerful statement. It set expectations, not only your internal stakeholders, to external stakeholders as well. So when we defined business objective, we clearly defined, when we looked at the analysis, right, and the products, we said that we will develop online portal, banking portal for retail customers only. It was very specific. We decided we will not offer portal for corporate customers or high net worth individuals, because their requirements are very niche, very complex, and they were looking for white glove experience, which was difficult to give it to them through the portal at that point of time. For retail customers, offering loans, accounts, and payments by end of 2006. So just see, if this is the objective I have written, right? Or we'll say to offer. Now, if somebody is looking at this statement, they know that we are solving problem only for retail customers and only these products, which is loans, accounts, and payments, and by end of 2006. So that one line statement you can only come up if you understood the current state really well. And only then your customer will agree to it. We actually worked with the customer. When they came to us, they thought they will offer online banking to all type of customers. But when we worked with them, we realized that as of 2006, we should focus only on retail customer, only on these key products at a very high level. And that should be the rough timeline that we should target. Always remember, objective statement is evolving statement. It's not when I say evolving means as you start working on the project, you might evolve your objectives as well. So you come up with objective on day one, and then you start evolving the objective as you gain more understanding about the ecosystem. Okay, so that was our objective. And then we created the BRD as well, which is capabilities to achieve this objective or solve this problem, right? I will give you an example of BRD, don't worry. And also, we came up with potential value also. So let me tell you, what do I mean by potential value with an example. So if I open a value, and all of you will create a value tree today, so please listen to this very carefully. Just give me a minute. Yeah. So basically, this is an example of a value tree, and this is how it is. It starts with vision. Vision, it is nothing but your objective, which in our case was this one, to offer online banking portal for retail customers, offering loans, account, and payment by end of 2006. It starts with vision. Then you say what benefits you want to achieve by this vision. Then you talk about indicator outcomes. Indicator outcomes means basically how the organization will know that they are realizing this benefit once we offer this product to the customer. And finally, you write enablers. Enablers are nothing but your business requirements. So if I have to give an example of here the vision was to come up with industry leading savings account. So if you remember, this is an example of Kotak Mahindra Bank. They actually came up with one of the best saving account around 2008, right? So Kotak Mahindra is one of the first private bank in India. I mean, apart from ICICI and HDFC and so on. But they wanted to, disrupt the banking by coming with the industry leading saving account. Before 2005, if anybody was used to think about saving account, they always used to think with SBI. Now I don't even have SBI account. I have closed all my SBI accounts thanks to their exceptional service. So all my accounts are, closed, and I only, have my banking with private banking. Now, when this was the vision of Kotak Mahindra Bank, that they want to come up with industry leading saving account. And they said these are the benefits they are looking for. One is they said that the way they want to offer this account was they want to increase revenue. Increase revenue means They want more and more deposits from the customer. They wanted to offer this account in a way so that the operational cost of offering and maintaining this account from a bank point of view is as low as possible. They wanted this benefit as well. And third thing they were looking for was high customer satisfaction, because they knew they were competing with government banks. So benefit could be tangible and non-tangible as well. So tangible means which are your hard benefits, which actually impact your top line and bottom line, like revenue and cost. And non-tangible is which is customer satisfaction and so on. So when we look at the benefit, they said if we realize these benefits, these are the indicator outcome. Indicator outcome is how a bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank, will realize the benefit of increase in revenue. If they have increased customer acquisition, more customers have become onboarded and increased deposits, and they are depositing money as well. Lot of deposit, every customer, lot of deposit they are doing. Reduce operational cost. They wanted to offer the account in a way that customers, they do not call often at their call center, because every call at a call center costs money to the bank. It's an employee, right, at the other end. So they have to pay that employee. So they want to make sure that they want to offer the account in a way that call center calls are minimum. People do not opt for paper statement. Till 2010, I used to get paper statement. And all of that used to go to my, newspaper when I used to sell my old newspaper. I never even used to open that courier. Every paper statement bank used to get a cost of roughly around 150 rupees. Just imagine. And they never used to charge customer also. So they wanted to reduce paper statement, and they want to reduce service delivery cost. They want to make sure whatever service customer is looking for, whether it is payments or they are opening a loan or they want to check account balance, download account statement, service delivery cost from a banking point of view should be as low as possible. And improved customer satisfaction. How will they know that customer satisfaction is improved or is high? If customer complaints are less, customer is referring more customers. And also on the call center, if somebody calls us, the calls get resolved as quickly as possible. So it means customer experience is good. And when you look at this vision, benefits, indicators, then you are able to find enablers, which is nothing but your business requirements. So if I open enablers here, this is how it looks like, right? So what Kotak Mahindra said was their account opening will be completely online. Kotak Mahindra was one of the first bank in India which came up with concept of online account opening. Before that, even today with a lot of banks, if you have to open account, you have to visit branch. Kotak Mahindra said, if we have online account opening, it will help in increasing customer acquisition because it will become easy from a customer perspective, right? They said that they will have promotional offers and rates on the website and the app. They said that, how they basically provide paper-free statement. What they did was they started giving statement to email IDs so that customer does not look for paper. By default, the statement option was online. If you have to go for paper statement, then only the customer will call the customer center and opt for paper statement. They started with IVR. IVR was, let's say they call, if somebody wants to download a customer account statement within IVR itself, which is an automated voice response system, interactive voice response system, the customer was able to give an response that this is how they can download statement. And also, in order to reduce customer complaint, they came up with some requirements like, providing daily balance alert as SMS, upskilling customer center staff with all the, customer experience point of view. Incentivize, they were the first bank who gave rewards on referrals. Now every bank does it, but they was one of the first bank who said if you refer a customer, we'll give you reward like points which you can use to book airlines and all of that, so on. Right? As RBI prohibits banks to give you cash, that's why these banks give you reward points. The reason being, RBI says that you cannot offer, cash as a reward back to the customer. And they were the first bank in India who started the concept of reward point. So what I'm saying is writing a BRD document is one of the complex tasks a BA does. It's not easy. Developer, tester, they believe that, it's just a textual requirement. Anybody can write the BRD. It's all about opening a doc and start creating requirements. Not. You have to have a very strong understanding of the objective, the benefit that you want to give back to the organization, how those benefits will be realized by the bank or the organization. And thinking about all of this, then you discover the requirements. And this way, you are able to convince the customer that these are the capabilities we should develop. Please remember, from a customer perspective, every requirement is a cost. For you, it's, for example, if I say provide daily balance alert, it's just one line statement. But you need developer, you need tester to test this. So from a customer perspective, they will spend thousands of dollars just for this one requirement. So as a BA, it's your responsibility to convince customer that this requirement will actually help you, because it will reduce customer complaints. So you do the mapping in this manner. So as a BA, you first start with objective, which is simple, because the customer themselves, they come to you. But then you have to look at the benefits, indicator outcomes, which will help how those benefits can be realized. And then you will be able to come with requirements. Any question, please, on the value tree and how you create BRD. And this benefit that you have written here is nothing, this benefit here, this is the value that you're trying to give it back to the, basically, by working on this product, the bank will see increase in revenue, reduction in cost, and improve customer satisfaction. Now you understand the meaning of potential value? Any question from anyone, please? Value tree, very, very smart technique in coming up with the BRD.
Mohit, can you please explain the relation between the value tree and BRD once again? Just that outline.
Yeah, in value tree, what happens is the last column that you see here, enablers. This last column is nothing but your business requirements. So value tree helps you discover requirements. So how will you get to know, okay, I have to give account opening online? There has to be some thought process, right? So Kotak Mahindra, when they looked at their vision or the objective, they look at the benefit they were looking for. They came up with indicator outcomes. They realized that this particular account which they offer to the customers, it can only be opened online. Can you imagine? I mean, even if the customer walk to the branch requesting for this account, they will say, sir, please download app, do these steps, and you will be able to open online. Make sense? Enablers are nothing but your business requirements. Because business requirements are nothing but they enable these indicator outcomes, which are mapped to the benefit or the potential value, which the organization want to realize through this vision. Very, very smart technique. So all of you will create today a value tree. I'll give you roughly around 1 hour to create a value tree. And then we will look at today itself. And you have to upload it on the Google Drive. If you can't upload it, just email to Lakshmi and Lakshmi will upload it on the Google Drive. But don't worry, as I said, you create the value tree and you can upload it outside the office network also. Or you can email to Lakshmi. Okay. So this, yep. Any question on value tree before we look at the last two tasks? Very simple task.
Yes, sir, Mohit, I have a question. So you have said the requirements will have in the BRD, right? So, but actually, FRD document will have the actual function, the requirements, right? So
Yeah,
what is the
we'll come to functional requirements when we cover the knowledge area requirement analysis. Right now, we are talking about business requirements. The business requirement just focus on a BRD, a true BRD, just focus on the capabilities that we need to develop in order to meet this objective.
okay? Okay, this is just a business requirement, not the functional requirement.
Not the functional. Functional requirement we cover once we basically do the knowledge area called requirement analysis.
Okay.
Anyone else, please? And the email ID, if I have to give you the email ID for Lakshmi, she has already given, but I'm again typing. You can just give your submissions to her, Lakshmi at the learningdeck.com. Okay. So last two tasks, very simple tasks. If I go back, I've given the email ID over the chat, is this one, assess risk. Now, the third thing that you do is you always assess risk. Now, what we did was, now we created the BRD. Now, third thing was, as a BA, it's your responsibility to tell SBI that if you offer this online portal, what could be the risk that you will face? And that is your job as a BA also, assess risk. So basically what we did was, when we analyzed their current state, we realized that all the employees that they had in 2006, they had zero knowledge about computers. Very few employees knew about computers. Not only people, even the customers, most of the customers, they didn't have access to computers, or if they have access to computers, their knowledge or awareness about computers were very minimal. So the biggest risk was, once the website is ready, people might not be comfortable in using the website. That was the biggest risk. The second risk was, right now we have a lot of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is offered even by your Microsoft, Google, right? A lot of threats mitigation to malware and all of that, spyware. Even Google, Microsoft, through their browsers like your Edge or Chrome, they are able to help you with that. But those days, it was very easy to basically capture your credentials. So let's say you have a password. Those days, the password used to get saved in cookies, and it was not even encrypted. So somebody who is a hacker, they can access the cookies, right, which were created during the session, and they could get access to your password also. So there were a lot of cyber security risk also. So as a BA, you first need to identify all the risks, and you have to figure it out, how will you address those risks also. So if you look at the task here, the very simple task. So basically, see, you need not remember inputs and outputs. As I said, it's not a theoretical exam. Nobody will say what are the inputs and output. They have just mentioned some of the inputs that you need to understand. But what they say is, all the output of the previous task you will see, they become input to this task, right? So as a BA, you have your PRD, objectives, values, right? You, as a risk, for a risk, you need to talk to people a lot. You can't do risk analysis on your own, right? And then you look at both internal and external point of view. So as I said, our branch managers and all of these people, when we spoke to them, and external like hacking regulations and all of that, customer preferences, stakeholder. Accordingly, we came up with the risk analysis result. So as a BA, you talk about four things here, which is risk, which are nothing but probable events that can cause failure to your project. Probable event. They are not 100% sure, guaranteed, but probable events. Then issues, ongoing issues that you have, or challenges, assumptions that you are making, and any dependencies you have. So all of that you will list down as part of it's your job as a PA. And the reason you are able to list down is all of these things only if you have understood current state really well. This one. If you have not understood current state, you will never be able to assess risk. Now you understand how important it is to understand your customer before you even start doing anything. And the last task for this is basically you're defining change strategy. This is also very, very important. So what you do here is now when we came up with this online banking, we realized that we cannot offer online banking to all retail customers in one go. We started with metro cities like that time was Delhi, Chennai, Bangalore, Bombay, Kolkata, because we saw that most of the customers, they were computer savvy. So we came with a change strategy, roadmap, that how we will deploy this change to the customer. We cannot offer it to everybody. We'll also came up with that. We said that looking at the risk, we saw that employees themselves were afraid of computers. We said we need trainings of employees for computers. We even had very, very, online trainings for customers also. Whomsoever we offered, we used to email them. This is a link if you want to know how to access website. We created videos so that they can self-learn, but nobody self-learn in today's world, even in today's world. Forget those times. So we used to have trainings for customers also, right? We created a lot of training material also, like FAQs and all of that. So change strategy is all about how will you deploy the change or offer the change to the customers. That is also your job as a PA. And even this change strategy, which is training and all, it is also cost to the bank. We charged SBI for all the trainings that we conducted. It was not free of cost. And there is one more task which is not written in BABOK, which was there in version 2. Right now in version 3, it is not there, which is cost benefit analysis. So in cost benefit analysis, you decide what is the cost of creating the solution and the expected benefits that you will gain after you have delivered the solution. The numbers here, you actually quantify here. Now this has become a technique. They have removed it from task. The reason they have removed from task is because cost of creating the solution, it is something a PM job, project manager job, because they know cost of resources, like what is the cost of a developer, tester, a trainer, what is the billing rates, and most of these rates are confidential. So even as employee, the HR, they do not share the billing rates of all the roles, right? So that's why this task was removed from BABOK, because it involved PM ownership also, project manager ownership also. But they talk about cost benefit analysis in one of the techniques. But when you cover these 5 tasks, right, eventually you create a business case. The business case tells you about current state, that how SBI is working right now. Future state, which is nothing but your value tree, that what capabilities we need to solve the problem, right? And then it also spoke about, the risk involved and the change strategy, and also the business case talk about cost benefits as well. So when you cover these 5 things in one presentation, you create a business case. And when you present this business case to SBI leadership, then they decided whether to solve or whether to go ahead with online banking, looking at all the risk, all the training that are required, the cost benefit assessment. And once you get a go ahead, they'll give you the money and then you start execution. And before you start execution, you start with planning, which is BA planning and monitoring, which we'll cover on Monday. Now you understood how interesting strategy analysis is? Strategy analysis is all about creating the business case for the client leadership. Any question, please, on strategy analysis? Any question before we have the quiz on strategy analysis?
Yes, Mohit. Can you brief on the cost and benefits?
So cost benefit is basically, let's say you have written the BRT that these are the capabilities I require, right?
Okay.
So when you create the BRT that these are the capabilities I require, you work with technology team. They will do estimation that these many developers will require, these many testers will require. We need a technical architect. They also do estimation of hardware. We need a server, all of that, So that is cost estimation. And then benefit estimation is like once you start deploy. So remember we came up with like more customers will do the deposits. They will do more transactions with the bank. So whenever they do a transaction, you charge commission. For example, if somebody takes a loan, you charge commission for giving the loan. In those days, when people used to make payments, they used to charge money even for payments. Right now, mostly all payments are free, except high value payments. But those days, they used to charge money for that as well. So once you start offering online banking, you will see more customer activity, which means more commission fee. So you estimate benefit also. So this way, you try to come up with cost benefit analysis. Make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
So let me open the quiz. Let me see where is the quiz we have. Strategy analysis quiz. Let's see how. So it's a basic true false question. 6 questions. I'll give you 15 minutes. Let's see how many of you get it correct. Okay. Let me open see the question. Yes, got it. I've just pasted on chat, right? And look at these 6 questions. And I'll give you 15 minutes and then we'll see the answers. True, false, give all the answers in one go. I have got answers from Chandan, Aswati, Vinda, and Janakiram. Others as well, please. It's just true and false and type in over chat. We'll look at the answers in 5 minutes.
Mohit?
Mohit, are you conveying anything?
Oh, really sorry. I was on mute.
Cause you were speaking on mute.
Somebody should have told me.
Yeah,
No.
texted. We have texted, but because we have
Yeah. Sorry. Again. So again, I mean, I didn't realize. Sorry for that. Okay.
no
So
issues.
the first question is severity of risk can be derived from factors include probability and impact. True. Okay. So severity of risk is basically severity means like how probable. For example, it is raining, let's say. What is the probability of rain? And if it rains, what damage it will cause is the severity of risk. Okay, so that's first, which is true. Purpose of change strategy document is to provide detailed solution. False. See, change strategy document explains how that solution should be offered to the customer. Solution definition is covered in two tasks, which is this one I was showing. If you go down, design definition. Can you see that? So in these two tasks, which is design option and potential value and recommending solution.
Sorry, it's my problem that I'm not
I-
able to view your screen, Mohit.
I don't think you're sharing.
Okay. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically what I was saying was, if you go back to the question, the first question is severity of risk, which is probability and impact, which is true. The second thing is purpose of change strategy document is to provide detailed solution for the problem opportunity to be solved. This is false. The reason this is false is because the change strategy document tells us how the solution should be offered to the customers. It is not a design document. The design document, which is high level solution design, low level solution design, is a separate document, which I will explain you when I'll cover these two tasks. Can you see that? Define design option and analyze. So this design definition is a separate two task. I will explain in this chapter, which is requirement analysis and design definition. But if you go back in change strategy is now your design document, it is only tells you how that solution should be offered to the customer. So for example, when UPI, they started offering to customers, they started with only push payment, which is I can initiate a payment transfer to you. Then slowly it came up with pull payment. Pull payment means you can take money from my account, direct debit, like Netflix. They can take UPI payment every month from my account. And then they have started international payment. Now I can make a payment to Singapore also. So all of this is your change strategy document. Okay, so what I'm saying is change strategy tells you in how we should offer solution to the customer. The third thing is, so the second question is false. Define future state task tells you time phase plan to realize potential value, which is false. This time phase plan to realize potential value is nothing but your change strategy document. Okay, so basically now UPI gave all those features in phase wise. Now they have started with offline payment also, UPI Lite. So all of these payments that they are offering in a phase manner. So accordingly, they are realizing the benefit of UPI. The UPI adoption is increasing. NPCI is gaining more and more commissions from the UPI providers like Paytm, Google Pay. So the time phase plan to realize potential value will be change strategy document. So the third is false. So first is true, second is false, third is false. Analyze current state include defining the solution which articulate how the problem can be solved. False. In current state, you do not wear the solution hat. When I was trying to understand the SBI, that how they operate, what customers they have, what products they have, I was not solutioning for them. I was just understanding the current state. So the answer is false. Risk mitigation strategy describe action to be taken to reduce the impact of the risk. True. That's was very simple. And the last one is future state description does not include existing capabilities that may be leveraged to solve the problem. The answer is false. In future state, when I write the BRD, I also mention existing capabilities that I need in the future to solve the problem. The reason I mention existing capabilities, even though they are not newly built, is when I'm doing user acceptance testing, I will test whether these existing capabilities are not impacted because we have created new capabilities. So in your BRD, you mention both existing and new capabilities. So if I have to summarize again, severity is defined by probability and impact. True. Change strategy document is a design document. Wrong. Future state BRD tells you, future state means BRD. BRD tells you a time phase plan to realize potential value. False. That is the change strategy document. Current state, analyze current states. The fourth one tells you include defining the solution. Wrong. When you are understanding the current state, you do not wear the solution hat. Risk mitigation strategy describe actions to be taken to reduce the impact of the risk. True. For example, we have a final. It can rain on that day. So what is the risk mitigation strategy we do? Either we change the final date or we have a reserve day for the final day. That's a mitigation strategy. So if it rains on that day, we will continue with the match on the next day. Future state description does not include existing capabilities. False. You also include existing capabilities just to make sure they do not get impacted once new capabilities are built. Any questions on this 6?
Regarding the third one, you said that is the definition for defined change strategy.
Yeah.
Can you please repeat that? Yeah.
So change strategy is, see, what is change strategy? Basically, how will you offer the change to customer? And change is nothing but the solution, right? So you come up with a roadmap. Like, okay, phase 1, we will offer these features. For example, when we launched SBI website, we started with only accounts features to customer. We did not offer loans and payments in phase 1, 2006. Only in 2007, we started offering loans and payments capabilities. So when you start offering those capabilities in a phased manner, the benefit also you will realize in the phased manner, right? So that's why change strategy tells you the roadmap of solution. Basically, how will you deploy the solution to customer so that customer gets accustomed to the change in a phased manner, and accordingly the organization will realize benefits. Make sense?
Got it.
Please remember, if you offer all the capabilities to the customer in one, for just imagine if Big Basket had offered Big Basket, BB Now and BB Daily in 2013. Do you think customer would have adopted all three? They came up in a phased manner. First, Big Basket, then BB Daily, and third was BB Now. And accordingly, their profits are also increasing year on year. Any question, please, from anyone? So if you look at the exam, now if you look at this, these are the kind of questions you get in exam. Now, the biggest mistake people do is they start memorizing input and output. Zero benefit in memorizing input and output. If you understand the purpose of task, if you are able to relate with your experience, that's why for the exam, you need to have an experience as a BA. How will you articulate your experience as a BA? I will tell you on last day. All of you will fill your application. But what I'm saying is that exam is very easy, provided you have understood the curriculum from practical point of view. The only reason people fail the exam is they think it's a theoretical exam. They start memorizing task, input and output. Nobody will give you a question, what are the inputs of a race task? Nobody will ask you like that. So if you understand the purpose of task and the, how you actually conduct that task, you are ready for the exam. Any question, please, on strategy analysis? So small exercise that I will give you, and I'll give you around 1 hour, 1.5 hours. You can complete that today itself, because I know all of you are working professional. So getting time is tough. But we will review your submissions on Monday. Okay. So what I want all of you is to create a value tree for a problem statement, which is this one. If I show. Yeah. So if you see here, so let's say you are building a new flight booking app. I give you an example also. One of your peer in the last batch, she submitted it as well, others as well. It was a similar batch of around 7 to 8 participants. But if you see here, she did something of this. Simple on Word document, created 4 text boxes, some text boxes here and some arrows, right? So she started with vision, that industry, leading flight booking app for the customer, what benefits we want to offer. Let's say IBS, even though you are the solution provider to the customer, let's say you want to launch this app. So what benefits IBS would like to gain by launching this app? She created some indicator outcomes, and on basis of indicator outcomes, she created these enablers, right? So some requirements she created, very, very interesting requirements she created, and this became very, very helpful. So what I want all of you is to create a simple value tree on a Word document and upload it on the Google Drive. If you can't upload it on Google Drive because of access issue, do not worry. Just email to lakshmi@thelearning.deck.com. Can we do that?
Yes.
Okay. Mohit. Mohit, can you please share that value tree for the Kotak Mahindra Bank you have shared?
Yes. So this is the value tree I'm sharing now. Can you see that? So this is what it is. The vision, right? Vision is nothing but the saving account, and they wanted to increase revenue, reduce cost, and improve customer satisfaction. But eventually, this is the meat everybody looking for: indicator outcome and name. Will this help?
Yes, sure. I can share that with you.
Okay. So I'm giving you roughly around 1 hour. Create a value tree, upload it on Google Drive or email to Lakshmi, and then you can drop off. And on Monday, what I will do on the weekend is I will try to review your submissions. And on a Monday, we will try to pick up one submission and analyze that, all of us together. See, the idea here is just to learn and give you practical exposure. The purpose of this curriculum is not only to help you clear certification, but also I want you to start using some of these best practices as you grow up as a product owner. Okay, 1 hour. Once you are done, please drop off. So I will try not to give you any exercise outside the classroom. We'll complete everything within the classroom. That's why it's little long sessions. Otherwise, generally we have sessions ranging to 2 to 3 hours. But the reason we kept it little longer so that you can complete all the exercise within the class itself. Okay, best of luck, and we'll look forward for your submissions. I'll try to review them over the weekend, and on Monday we'll pick up one of the submission and analyze that before we go to the next chapter, which is BA planning and monitoring. And once you are done, then you can drop off. And please do confirm over chat that you are done and you are dropping off. And if you have any questions, you can unmute yourself and ask me.
And are you sharing this PDF in the chat or in the drive? This validatory PDF?
I'm not sharing the PDF. I'm just sharing over screen share. You can take a
Okay, sure.
screenshot if you want.
Okay, sure.
But please try to create one of your own. Okay. Thank you.
Mohit, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, can you please scroll to that page above for just taking reference? Thank you. Yeah, I've taken this. Got it. You can scroll back.
Mohit? Mohit?
Yes, please tell me.
Yeah, Mohit, it's done. Can I drop out from the call?
Yeah. Once you're done, you can drop out. Thank you. Hi, Janiki and Ramya. If you have any query, let me know. Otherwise, we'll drop off and on Monday we'll connect again.
Yes, Mohit, almost done. I will share the document.
No worries, no worries. Okay. Thank you, Janaki. Thanks, Ramya.
Thank
Yeah,
you, Mohit.
thank you. I will share in some time. Okay.
Please. Thank you. Thanks all.